But yeah, today's puzzle game day. Playing some more Artisan Glimmith. I want to take some time to do things that are not the 6-7 puzzle for a little bit. And then we'll come back to it maybe after like an hour or two. Like, I don't want to abandon it. I want to come back to it and see if maybe I can figure out some other things about the ways that, like, edges connect and what that means, etc., etc. But, more work needs to be done elsewhere. I don't want to just be sitting on that puzzle all stream. So, I'm gonna get some other stuff done today. And then maybe take a shot at it closer to the end of the stream. But also, like, I don't want to be just like, oh, last half hour of the stream, I'm going to sit and stare at this and be miserable for a half hour and then not get anything done. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure it out. We will collectively figure it out at some point. But for now, puzzles, yeah? Let's jump in. Let's play some game. See what we can get done. 706 solved. 2 left in the secluded garden. This asshole. And then also the little guy over here underneath the arch. But yeah, I think maybe we will go do some other stuff. There is definitely still other stuff to do. So I think it would be entertaining to go take some shots at some of these earlier puzzles that I never got done. And maybe adorn some more windows, you know? Windows deserve to be adorned. Man, look at all these puzzles out here. There's so much work to do. All right, let's get started, maybe, on some of these bad boys. This seems like a great place to start. So we're going to do Polyominoes, right? This is the Polyomino region, I think? Yeah, Polyomino region. There's so many random puzzles down here that I just never touched. Oh, yeah, we got a lot of work to do. All right, let's start getting this done. All regions must be one of these shapes. After putting off that puzzle 2 streams, it's time to finish it. Oh, no, we're definitely procrastinating again. Absolutely, 100%. Everything needs to be one of these 2 shapes. Okay, so yeah, so this is blocked here, so it has to go left. This doesn't have enough room, has to go down. This has to take this shape, so it has to go up. If this goes up, that's a problem, so it has to go left, which means that goes down. This can go anywhere. This can do anything. Well, it can't do that. So I guess that means it has to do this. And then we do this. And then what? This is 2, 3, no? No? 2, 3, 2. What have I done? This has to be at least a 2 or a 3, which means this has to be this. Oh, this is a 2 because then I can do this. Aha! Aha! Tricksy. Surprisingly tricksy, honestly. All right, everything needs to be a 4 or a thing with a thing sticking out. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. Anytime there's a 1, you do exactly the thing. Yeah, all right. That's very smooth. I like the smooth brain puzzles. Those are fun. This has to be this. There's no other way for that to connect, which means we need some of these and these. And then this does this here. Which means this has to do this. This is interesting. Because this does work, doesn't it? 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 5. Yeah, alright, great. Kinda silly, but I'll take it. All owls, heck yeah. It's nice to be able to see an owl again. You know what I mean? It's nice to be able to just be like, oh yeah, no, I know how this puzzle works. It's, you know, you don't get that often. This is fascinating. Can't take that. So this has to go there. And then this does something, presumably. I guess if this is sealed that way, this has to go this way. So this does that. This now has to go up. And then this has to be a separate one. So this goes up here, which means this goes here. So this goes up, can't go left, has to go right. So this does this, which means that does that. And now we're doing something else. This can't go left, because this has to come up here. So this has to come up this way. If it goes left, then this is the elbow, but then this is bad. So it goes up here. This goes this way. Fantastic. Oh! Don't like that. Are we looking at that, then? That feels real. No, that feels like a problem. That's not gonna work. That is also not going to work. Alright, well then. Interesting. So how does this fit? I guess it fits like this? No. Concerns. Concerns. Okay, that doesn't fit. This doesn't fit. This doesn't fit. This doesn't fit. This doesn't fit. But maybe this fits. This might be the only way in which it fits. And then we just draw a bunch of elbows. Yes, okay, great. Oh, boy. Okay. So this has to do this. Except, I guess that's legal. Yeah, no, I guess that's legal. That seems like it could be legal. Like, there's no limit. It's not shape bank, right? So this is okay. And the hole has to be here, because this has to be the thing. This can't be the 2, so it has to be the 3. And in order for it to be legal, it has to do this. Yes? No? Is there a way for all 3 of these to be part of this one shape? I mean, it could do this, but then what is this doing? Right? Maybe there's a different way for this to do the thing? Maybe this does something else? I don't see how. Like, this is the corner. So it's just gotta be the corner. But then this... How does... Oh, heavens. Something is wrong. Oh, this does this. And then this is legal. Okay. This does this, and that's there. That's fine. I don't like this puzzle. This puzzle's bad. This puzzle's bad, and it should feel bad. Legal owls distinct from legal eagles. Legally distinct. This can't be 2 there, so it has to be 3. And if it goes up here, that's a problem, so it goes here. This can't do this. So I guess it has to do this? That feels real. I don't like this puzzle. I do not like this puzzle. All the little ones all over the place, like, it feels so bad. There's no flow to this puzzle. Oh, how dare they? Oh, and now we got the 6 in the middle. Let's go there. Let's do it. Let's play. Let's play. We got some shape bank and a little bit of polyomino. All right. This, that, or a T. Look at all the shapes that don't work. Does this work? No. No T's here. That doesn't work, so it has to be this. Great. I guess that means this is there. Okay, so do we figure out how to fill in each of the little side areas, and then the center is like its own thing? Is that how this works? 13. No. 10. 11. So this one includes this like this or something. Or maybe like this. Or maybe like this or whatever. Right? Probably like this? Yeah, okay. This is 10. So this needs 2 of it to be in here. So that's like that? Or the other way, I guess? Yeah. This is 13. So it needs 1 of it to be in here. So that means it has to be like that. And then the rest of it. And then we fill in everything else because it's free. And there is only one way for it to be real. Wait, that's not great. What is going on here? I don't like this. I do like this. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Nothing is a problem. Nothing about this is a problem. Once again, the correct solution to the puzzle is simply guess right at the beginning. Alright, now we have the rest of the, like, denizens down below here. There is so many puzzles underneath the, like, this sort of layer of ground. These puzzles are all over the place. Puzzle, like, very difficult to get to. Alright, great. Start off with the ones that can't be anything else. Like that one. And that one. And something else probably. This can't go that way. It has to be these 2. I don't know if it has to be more than that. These 2 are interesting. That's a wall. That's a wall. Interesting. Polyomino, but it's not shape bank, right? So this could do this, for example. I don't like it here. These shapes have entirely too much freedom. That's not okay. It's probably like this, actually. I guess we figure out the way in which all of the polyominoes connect, and then everything else is fine. Once all of the polyominoes, like all of the shapes visible in the puzzle are okay, then we're good. Which direction does this go? This has to go down here. Seal off the ones that are done. Because again, we can fill in all the little holes however we want. As long as the shape gets placed correctly. Which feels like it should be easy? Like, what am I doing wrong if I just fill in all of the shapes? Nothing. I'm doing nothing wrong if I just fill in all the shapes. Why is... Polyomino without shape bank is just like, it's so... It's so loosey-goosey. I hate it. This has to do that, which means this has to do that. This has to do that, which means this has to do that. This has to be here. And these two fit by doing this. And then you click all the little holes. I hate clicking all the little holes. I hate that the puzzles are designed with all the little holes that you gotta click on. Yo, what's up, Mr. Gecko? How's it going? Paint by whimsy rather than numbers. Listen, buddy. Just because you're right doesn't mean I have to like it. This is fascinating. How does this... I guess this has to go this way. There's not really any other way for this to go. Oh, no, it could go this way, huh? That would work. And then this can do one of any number of things. Like, there's so many different things that it can do. And also, everything is legal and nothing is a problem. Oh, no, we found a problem. Never mind, I take it back. Maybe we start somewhere else, since this is too vague. Does this go right or left? Let's assume this goes right and see how well that works. This now has to do exactly this. That fits. This can do like this and then that. And now this does what, this? That seems fine. Yeah, okay. All the polyominoes are handled, which means now I get to click all the little one blocks. Click all the little one blocks. There you go. Got to assume something at some point. And as I have continued to say, just assume correctly. Just make correct assumptions, and that is how you solve puzzles. What a sneaky... Look at this little idiot over here. Underneath the sidewalk, this little pocket. Sneaky. Polyominoes! Alright, let's start with this, since this has to do exactly that. Which means this has to do exactly that. Which means that, which means that. Which means that. Which means this comes around and this goes this way. I like this puzzle. This is smooth. This is great. This is what puzzles should be like. None of that, you know, fill in little ones all over the place. Just draw shapes wherever you feel like it. And then drip little drabs of one by ones all over the puzzle. No. This is strict. The shapes flow together. They embed well. It feels very smooth. It feels cohesive. Much better. Much better. What the crap is this? What the absolute garbage is this? I guess... Heh? Except no? Okay. Enormous G's. GG. True? True. No. Where does this G fit? I guess we have to fit all 3 of these 2s in this 4, 3, 2. So like this. So we do that. Does that work? Yes. Okay, okay. Yeah, that one's good. That one's all right. That's fine. Oh. Okay. Well, start where you have to. If this is this, then this has to be this. Which means this is that and then something. This is that and then something. Be like this. Oh, that's not gonna fly. Could be like this. This is the same problem. What are you doing? You can't be there. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. So that has to do that, which means this has to do this. So we have this is mandatory. And then 1, 2, 3. Beep, bop, boop. Yo? They just have 7s out here? Oh dear. Alright, alright. Alright, alright. It's fine. That's okay. That's allowed. Here. This feels like a good place to start. Because this can't go up and left or right. I guess that means it's looking like this. Oh, it could be like this, actually. Both of those work. So this is guaranteed, but nothing else is. Because again, if it's like this could do something out here. Yo, what's up, Vera? So this is like this. That's what's guaranteed. Cheers. This is interesting because we have a similar conundrum where this can't go this way. So it has to be part of the vertical 3. But it could be here as opposed to here. So all we know for sure is this. Big brain puzzling again. That's what I'm here for. All the brain. ITT, I just brain. This can't go 3 that way. So it has to be 3 vertical. But we don't know which direction the other piece comes out. Maybe I should be starting in the center. Maybe the center is easier. I don't know. Because there's a bunch of symmetry in the center. That feels dangerous. That feels real dangerous. There's a lot of freedom with these shapes, actually. Shapes could do all kinds of things. Alright, legitimately a 7. I agree. How about you? Oh, it could even do this. Oh, God, there's all kinds of things these shapes could do. Terrible news. Just real disasters. God, the Polyominoes are so sparse. I guess the real trick is shape bank, right? So everything has to be either elbow or big elbow or L, no bow. So I can't have like a 1 block or a 2 block just cut off from everything, right? This can't do, you know, this, for example. But it's hard to know whether we're doing something like this. I mean, there's a lot of different directions that this could go. You. 3 here, or here, or here, or here. Oh, yeah, I guess it could even, like, take both of these in one of the directions. Yikes. Oh, there's a lot going on here. And none of it seems very conclusive at the outset. Maybe start with this? There's also, like, just a lot of different ways that it could be arranged. I gotta find something with, like, only 1 or 2 ways that it can be arranged, and then start with that. But everything is just too free. I guess this could be like that. Or that. Or that. That's, again, a lot of freedom for these shapes. This has 2 possible shapes, right? It's either this or this. There's really nowhere else this can go. So where do I fit the other polyominoes around that? Right? It feels like this wants to do either this or this would be fine, because then this comes around that way. Although that makes this a little tricky. Maybe it does this, but the other way? So like that. And then this can do like this and that. And then this has like one of these or something. Has an or something going on here. Okay, so the interaction here is probably the messy part. So let's start with this. If this goes here, and this goes down, so we have, this doesn't even need to be, like, involved in this regard at all. Like, this could be, you know, up here or whatever, and this could be just doing entirely different things. But let's start with, this is down, this is one of 2 configurations, and then this goes down here. And see if this is doable. Because now this needs, like, that's not going to work. So it needs to go here? Yeah, that's not going to work. So we're going here is the only way for that to work. And that's still not going to work. So this can't come down that far. What if it goes down here? Which is not legal. What if it goes down here? What if it doesn't go down at all? Now what are we looking at? Something like this doesn't work. Leaving the 1. Something like this doesn't work. Something like this. Looking at the shapes we have left. Doesn't work. Which I think means that this is required to do this. I think that's what that means. So what are we doing with this, huh? That's the next question. is of the 3 possible configurations for this elbow, how do they fit in with this L? I actually kind of like this, because that gives me room here to do things. It doesn't quite work out, does it? That does. No, it doesn't. Distressing. We could do something like this, but then what am I doing with all of this space? Like, this is messy. And this doesn't work? This doesn't work. What does this need to do then? We do this, and then have this do something, not that. Not that. Not that. Okay, let's try this. Right? Let's try this on for size and see if we can get anything that fits. Ah, something that fits. All right. Do I have any conclusive proof that this is correct? No. But it's not yet incorrect. Which, I guess maybe I could try the other things and verify that they are incorrect one way or another. So let's do the other things, just to make sure. Start with this. That very much doesn't work. Okay, start with this. Now this has to come into here. And then either go this way. Which does kind of still work. Or it has to go this way. Which definitely does not still work. But this kind of still works. As long as this goes up and leaves this space open. And then the alternate solution I had was this goes this way. This way. And then this goes up. So the only connection I have with this is it goes up. Alright, I'll believe. We can figure out the rest later. If this is a 3, then this has to be like this, which doesn't work. So this has to be part of that, I think. That seems required. And then this still needs to get filled in, which means it comes out to here, which means it needs to fill this in. Okay. And now? And now what? Where do we go from here? I guess this has to do... Can't do that. Can do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can do this. That's interesting. This kind of makes me wonder, can I just fill in the center like this? If I just fill in the center, does this work? No. No, it doesn't. It's close to working. How much space is this in the center? And if I am taking 5, 10, 14 of it, that leaves 7, which is a 4 and a 3. Okay, so once I have filled in the 2 L's, there's room for 2 4s and a 3. That is the wrong orientation for the 3. How else do I fill in this L? Like this? Nope. What if we just do this? Oh, no, that doesn't work. That never works. That never works even if we're not sealing off the walls. What if 1 space is taken? Then I have 10, 14 out of 20, leaving room for 2 3s. Wait, if 1 space is taken, how does it ever get filled in? I think it doesn't. I think that is illegal. So what if 2 spaces are taken? Like this. Now I have 19 to work with. 10, 4, leaving 5? Which is another elbow? Suspicious. Suspicious. Valid, though. Alright, I can work with this. Let's assume that this center is correct. Because I like it. Because it is aesthetically pleasing to me. That's why we're assuming that. So now we just work with the rest of the puzzle and see what we can make happen. I guess. Although, let's be real, the only things we have fixed so far are these shapes here. Everything else is just big speculations. What are we doing with you? Not this, I don't think. So maybe something like this? That works. That's not gonna work. Drawing owls again. Let's start with this corner, because this is messier. Right? How are we gonna do this? How did this work before? It's not that. It's not that, because this is... yeah, this is not okay. Was it this? Yes, this was it. Except that doesn't work with this. Is there a way to make this work with this? Did we have something that worked? No, that never works. So something like this. That does work. And then we can do this and this. Like this. 3 and 4. Yes. What did I do wrong? What? Oh my god! This has been X'd off the whole time? Oh. Oh, why? Why? Alright, how do I fix this? How does this get fixed? If we turn this 4 into a 3... Now we need this 3 arranged differently. Why? Can this go here? And then we're doing everything differently? Oh, I goofed so hard. I goofed so hard. Alright. All of this gets rewound. I still like the lollipop in the center, though. I still like this. We just have to figure out a way to make the rest of this work. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I think maybe we do something like this. Because that actually nests pretty well. But then this has to connect to something. Right? And that's not okay. There is a lot that's not okay over here now. Maybe the lollipop has to go the other direction? No, that doesn't work. Because this is in a big elbow, not an El Nobo. Yeah, there's just no way to fit this under these constraints. So regardless of what I'm doing on the left side, we need to figure out a way to make this fit. And with this, it can't fit sticking out to the left like this. Because this goes up. This, I guess this does. Why doesn't this work? Oh, because now this has to fit in some way. Which I guess is that way. And then this has to fit in some way, which I guess is that way. And then which way was this fitting? Not that way. Was I doing something here? Like that works. Oh. Ah. Okay. I told you I liked the lollipop in the center. I told you that was pleasing. I'm comfortable with how that played out. That was good. The rest of it was a mess, but the lollipop in the center was good. What are we doing here? This is a lot of random 2s. This 2 cannot go left or up. Has to go either right or down. What does that mean for this T? The T cannot take both of these spots. It can only take one of them. The T is in a bit of a weird position, though, because either the crossbar is here, or the tip is here, and that can go in a lot of different directions. I guess if it's the tip, it can only go this way. Because it can't go down to here, and if it goes left or up, it takes up too much space from the other shapes. But if it's the crossbar, that doesn't work. Can't go down here. That doesn't work. Has to go out this way. So regardless, it has to take these 3 spots. That's guaranteed one way or the other. And then the crossbar is either here or here, and we haven't figured that piece out yet. That means this is vertical. Can't hit this, so it goes at least up this high. And this is not vertical. So we need to find a place for its vertical 2. Because the 3 is horizontal. And the vertical 2 is either here or here. Yo, Mark Magus, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, the Mark Magicians. How y'all doing? What were you up to on this fine Thursday afternoon? Let's go here or here. I guess if it's here, it can then go either way. If it's here, it has to go this way. So that's not conclusive at all. Damn. Ineffectually grindy blueprints. It do be like that. At some point, the leads dry up. And it's like, there is exactly one thing that you need to do to unlock yourself. And if you haven't figured out what that one thing is, then it feels like you're grinding your wheels to no purpose. Which, like, can be fun to play because you feel like you're still trying stuff, but is very frustrating for chat, for sure. But, yeah, I can see that. It makes a lot of sense. Hey, Tails, how's it going? Dalek, welcome. Hello, everybody, from Mark Magus' stream. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good time. Dance camp. You're going to dance camp? What kind of dance? Swing? Something or other? Thought it was the opposite. Frustrating for streamer, fun for chat. Ooh, okay. Worse, what you thought was a very explicit instruction appears to have been a red herring. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Okay. I have had quite a few instructions in blueprints that I definitely misinterpreted on first glance. Or I thought referred to something that it didn't refer to. There's a couple of, like, really specific things that I feel like some people will immediately get the way that it was intended. And other people will immediately misinterpret the same way that I misinterpreted it. There's a lot of stuff going on in blueprints, I think it is safe to say. A lot of stuff going on. Alright, the rest of this. What are we doing with the rest of this? This now can't go up, so either has to go down... Has to go down some amount. No. Could still go up here. This could be the 2. And then 3 that way. But it has to go at least 1 this way. No. Could go like that. You convinced yourself the game said, do this thing that will require a bit of tedious grind. And reach the end of the grind to no positive result. But the grind ended. Okay, fair enough. Scottish country and English Scottish contra. Ooh, okay. That's cool. That's cool. Portmanteau comes to mind. Do I know what that means? Do I know what that's a reference to? I might or might not know what that's a reference to. What about this? 4. Can I go 4 this way? I think I can, actually. Could do something like that. Turns out portmanteau has an entire other meaning that makes it a helpful hint. Grumbly about that, but less angry than before you knew that. I am lost? Portmanteau has a meaning separate from combining 2 words together? What else does portmanteau mean? Ironically, that entire other meaning is that it refers to things having 2 meanings. Really? Like synonyms? Or homonyms, I guess? I might need to look up the definition of portmanteau. This is quite the confusing conversation. Thing that can be interpreted 2 ways. Really? That's interesting. Alright, what happens if I just draw the shapes? Like, what if I just draw the owl? How bad is that? That's pretty bad. But this is pretty good, right? No. This requires a little bit more freedom than I've been given. But that's okay. We can add more freedom. And then fill in the holes. Yeah, this is really flexible. You could just draw the shapes and then everything is fine. Certainly do seem to be a variety of puzzles where you just draw the shapes. Polyomino is weird like that. It's like definition 3 if you look it up. But apparently if you work in certain parts of the film industry, it's very common. Really? That is not a meaning that I have ever run into. I'm trying to remember when the game uses the word portmanteau. This sounds like a fairly late treasure trove clue or something? Sounds like a clue I never ran into, which is surprising to me, because I definitely grinded my way through a decent chunk of the game. It's used twice as a nudge to one of the safe combos. Really? Oh, is this the, is this the study safe? Because that one was awful. I know exactly what you're talking about. It confused me the same way. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I was very similarly confused. I don't know about long grinds, but that is I definitely misinterpreted that clue the same way that you misinterpreted it. What are we doing here? This is interesting. Feels like I want to do something like that, maybe? And then we'll just fill in some holes and everything will work perfectly. I love it when that happens. shape bank and mingle shape. Oh, this is a mingle shaper. All right, that's fun. I guess that has to be that. There's nothing else that could be out of the available mingled shapes. So this now cannot be the 3. Has to be either the 4 or the 5. This could be the 3. But either way has to come out of this hole this way. This can't be the elbow like this. So this has to be yet another shape, right? This has to be all 3 different shape bank shapes here. This can't be... Oh, this is real interesting here. Because it can't be part of... Neither of these can be the 3 either. So they have to be either the 4, this way or this way. Well, this way exactly. Or the 5, and then this has to be part of the 4, but there's no way that that works. So this has to be exactly the 4 here. Yeah, it has to be exactly the 4 there. Cool. This could be the 3 here, though. So I guess we'll have to sit on this for a bit until I figure out what's going on here. This can never be the 5. So it has to be the 4 one way or another, which means this has to be the 5, which means it has to be exactly that. So this has to be the 4 that way. And now this has to be a 3. This has to be an elbow. Couple of references to chess portmanteaus. That's supposed to help you figure out how to reinterpret what you're seeing if you know the secret meaning of portmanteau. And do you still think it's too proud of itself? Yeah, okay, okay. I firmly agree. Yes. Yeah. No, 100% correct. I agree. I agree with that. I agree with everything that you said. I hadn't thought about too proud of itself, but in retrospect, yes, I agree with that as well. Someone was having a little bit too much fun with themselves. This has to come up this way. And can be either a 5 or a 3, and can't be a 5, so must be the 3 that way. That feels like it's a late enough nudge that it could be more obvious, and that would be okay. But also, like, I spent so much time. If I'm thinking about the clue that you're talking about, I spent so much time staring at that clue, thinking I knew what it meant, and then not realizing that there was more to it because I was supposed to be interpreting that exact same clue more than one way. And it took me getting mad at chat to actually interpret it in a different way than I was already interpreting it. Figure out what you were grinding if I read your last month's worth of VOD titles. I do want to go back and watch some of your Blueprints VODs. I just never find the time. There's not enough time in the world to do all of the things that I want to do. Alright, this can no longer be the 5 here. Want this to go... So this goes either up or down, but for sure it stops there. If it goes up, this has to be part of a 5, which is illegal. So it goes down. Now this has to be part of a 5, and the only way it can be part of a 5 is like that. I guess that means that does that. This can be anything. No, this can be a 4 or a 3. This has to be a 4. There are a variety of ways in which it can be a 4. It could be a 4 that way. It could be a 4 that way. 4 that way requires 4 or 5 here, which doesn't work. So 4 that way seems the most viable. Then this has to be a 5, which it can be. And this has to be a 3. Get your stuff together. You think you might actually upload a tranche of the early ones to YouTube before you leave for camp. Probably won't actually have time. It will require not playing Orb of Creation. That sounds like a difficult proposition. I understand completely. Yeah, absolutely. This needs to be a 3. And if this is a 3 and this is a 3, they need to be the same 3. So that's helpful. This needs to be a 3 or a 4. And if it's a 4, that's a problem. So it needs to be a 3. Now this needs to be a 4. There's a lot of ways that that can be a 4. All right. Stop. This is interesting here. This bit. Walls. I guess this could do that and then have a 3 there. And then this needs to be a 5. Which was illegal. Which is illegal. This could be a 4 that way. And then this could be a 5. And then this could be a 4. And then this is illegal. Yeah, I have all of my vanilla Blueprints playthrough downloaded onto my computer under the theoretical goal of someday editing it together into some sort of cohesive, like, 20-minute or half-hour, like, highlight experience of my vanilla Blueprints playthrough. And I don't know when, if ever, that'll happen. But I want to. The intent is there. The follow-through is what's missing. Follow-through is difficult. What if I did this? Is this okay? Then this has to be a 5 like that. And then this can be a 4. Or a 3? Or a 4? Then this is a 3. Which means this has to be the 5. Oh, this is starting to look good. 4 and 3? Yeah. Sounds like a fun way to play with editing. Yeah, I mean, I have other reasons to play with editing, honestly. I've done a little bit, like, just in the process of getting all of my old VODs moved over to YouTube so that they're up somewhere instead of erased from the world like Twitch wanted them to be. Back up everything as you stream with the intent to upload since highlighting on Twitch is no longer viable. Yeah. I mean, I did all of the highlighting on Twitch and then had to, like, madly scramble to get everything moved over. You shared that bitter note in my voice. Yep. And then some stuff, like, it made sense to, instead of just move it directly over to YouTube in the way that it is shaped on Twitch, it made sense to kind of do a little bit of editing to piece it together. Or, like, Twitch, there's been a couple of places where, like, my internet has dropped out, so Twitch has split it across multiple VODs, and in that case, I'm like, okay, yeah, I know enough about DaVinci Resolve to put 2 videos together and turn them into 1 video. So I've gotten a little bit of playtime with that. But yeah, I definitely intend to do some actual editing, and I don't know when that's ever going to happen. But someday, probably. Someday, probably. There are 9 more puzzles in this zone. Are they all underground? There's 1 underground. I guess we could deal with this, as long as we're here. Is this a 3 or a 2? Oh, they're all 3s. Everything is 3s. If it's that 3, it's illegal. So I guess it's that 3. That's not gonna fly, so I guess it's that. Great. That's a gold window. Love a gold window. These are big shapes. 24. 6, 6, 6, 6. Okay, so it is just exactly how these all connect to each other. So if we do something like this. What? Is that not? Oh, it would be there. Oh, so it would be here is what you're telling me. Yeah, you just draw the shapes. It's easy. I don't see the problem. There's no problem. You just draw all the shapes. The shapes are right there. You just draw them. Easy peasy. Are you Polyomino puzzles? Or are you Mingle shape puzzles? I guess there's only one way to find out. Ah, it's a Mingle shape puzzle. It sure is a Mingle shape puzzle. Jeez. Okay. Every shape is a 4? Every shape is a 4. Which means every shape is an L, an O, an S, a T, or an I. This one is fairly sealed off, though. You see, like, all of these, like, the way all of these circles are all right next to each other. So this circle can only get to anything that is not blocked off by these circles, right? This is mandatory. It has to be exactly that. Which means none of these other circles can be the L. So this could be a Z. It can't be an L. It can be an I. I or Z. If it's Z, this has to be Z also, which doesn't work. Okay, well then. You've convinced me. So this is an I. This is the Z. This is T? Yeah, it has to grab this and be a T. And then this has to... can't be an L, so it has to also be an I. Those connect there. This grabs one of these two. It can't be an I, but it can be an L or a Z. So this grabs this circle. Can it be a T? Yes. Can it be an L? Also yes. Heavens. Either it's L and T, or it's Z and L. It's so many different options. 2. It's 2 options. It's too many options. If this... I don't know if this is going to grab this diamond or this diamond. Or, yeah, I don't know which direction this is going to go. I guess there's a world in which it needs to grab this one instead of this one. I kind of like OTL here. Then this could be an I. And then this has to not be an I, is what I'm hearing. So it has to be an L. So this is a Z and this is an O, and then it works. Once again, I have guessed correctly. That's because I am good at puzzles. That's what being good at puzzles means. Being good at puzzles means you guess correctly. That's what that means. Alright, where the hell are all your missing puzzles, buddy? You're missing so many puzzles. Well, there's one of them. Okay. That can't go right. Gotta go up. And that's a wall. And this, the only way this fits is that way. The only way this fits is that way, which means we have to do that. Well, that's not necessarily the case, because there's still room for ones. There's still room for ones. 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. The one! I hate ones! Polyomino! sneaky little hidden puzzle there? Okay, before I go any further, I do believe it is time for my usual stream break. Now is the time to be returning, I guess. I don't really know what I was supposed to do with that. But anyway, yeah, back, ready to keep this going, so let's keep this going. Find some more puzzles to play. There was this little sneaky boy that I believe to be part of the Polyomino window. Ah, another one over here? Okay, okay. So they're around. They're just, you know, hidden a little bit. A little hidden. Which is fine. I could deal with that. Alright, Polyomino. Interesting. So this just has to be this. There's no way for that to be anything but that. This is the one that's least invasive here. This could do something like this, but that doesn't leave room for this. So, how does this have room to engage in this area? I guess I want it to do like this, but that doesn't leave room for this to do a thing. I guess if this goes the other way, then it works? Yes, great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fine, no problem. Just draw shapes until it works. I hate it here. This is intriguing. This is valid. As is this. As is this, potentially. This one, on the other hand, is a lot... not a lot worse. It's both of these. The question is whether it's these two or these two, right? I mean, if we imagine this is like this, and then this thing is here in this way or something, then this fills in here, that goes there, and this goes up and down. Sure. Great. I'm glad that works. I wonder how much of my puzzle solving is literally just, yeah, this looks right. And how much of it is like, there's some sort of subconscious, like, oh, I've compared this, like, potential shape to this other potential shape. And this one, based on, you know, some kind of mental heuristic that I don't know how to share, is the reason I am going with this particular assumption in this particular point. Yeah, that's that's exactly right, Anvar. It's so much of the time my puzzle solving technique feels like, all right, well, I'm just going to make a couple of guesses initially, and they're going to be correct, and then we'll figure out what else to do after that. Wow. These are some polyominoes. I wonder if these numbers mean anything. Not even midnight and Jim already bifurcating. Look, I am bifurcating every day of my life. You can't stop me. Do I have room to just draw these? Like, can I just draw these with no thought as to the repercussions here? The 6 and the 4 actually nest really nicely if I draw them like this, right? But if I draw them like this, there's not enough room for the 3 to go anywhere. So the 6 probably has to be sideways here. And I think I can do that like this. And maybe the 4 and the 3 can nest this way? Yeah, and then the 1 just goes up until it's the 1, and then you fill in the rest of the holes, because that's how polyomino puzzles work. You just draw the shapes and then fill in the holes. It's easy. You just draw the shape and then fill in the holes. Standard, really. Oh. Okay, well, 1 is pretty simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody in the car. Come on, let's drive. There's a 5 in the corner here. This can go either direction. How do I feel about these? I guess these are walled, right? So this 3, 4, 5 have to go at least like that. And then that means this 4 has to be exactly this, and this 3 has to be exactly this, and that has to be that. So then we're going like that, like that, like that. That goes 2. That goes, I don't like this. Oh, this can go this way, and then this goes up, and then it's 5. And then you fill in the holes. Are there any other, like, weird, esoterically positioned puzzles out here? Yo. Is that a... No, it's not. Okay, never mind. Everything's fine. How many more puzzles am I missing? Oh! Think you can get away with that one, do you? This is interesting. Because this actually has more than one position it can... Does it? It could be here. It could be here. It could be... Yeah, everywhere else there's walls. So it's one of these 2 positions. One of these 2. I don't think it can be the pink one, because that screws up the waves. So it's just got to be this, I guess, right? It just has to be. Nothing else it could do. And then the only way this fits now is if I do that. That looks correct. Now, the only way this fits is this way. And this is in a weird position because of the walls, so it has to do that. This now has to do that. This has to... We appear to have arrived at a problematic position here. Because this just can't now. Right? Like, the rest of this works. Is there another way for this to fit? Did I... Oh, yeah, I do it this way instead, and then this goes up that way. Got it. Got it. The waves can, in fact, reverse. R, get out of here! Absolutely not. I will never give up on my mistakes, except in the situations where I don't realize that I'm right, and then hit R even though I was correct to begin with. That certainly does happen every once in a while. How many more am I missing? Just one? So, like, 50% of the time. Shut it up, you. Where do we think it is? Do I think I can find it by just looking at things? I should maybe use the developer-given cheat for this. Reveal to me your secrets. Oh, it's back there. How the crap? Where back there? I see the light. But like, aha! Aha! Alright, alright, alright. Want to make sure I'm zoomed out enough that I can see the window so I get the particle effects. Oh boy! Alright, well that's an easy start. And then what? This goes up here, which means this goes up here, and can cross this one. I guess if Polyomino is my only rule, then let's make the Polyominoes literally as greedy as possible. Right? Like, let's connect these, let's connect these. That's a wall there. Let's connect them. Okay, fine. I guess those won't connect. I suppose. Which means it goes up there or off there. Take up as little room as possible. That's gonna be trouble here, though. Right? Like, this might want to go that way. Oh, except with this needs to do this. So I guess we're doing this. And then you just draw shapes until it works. And it always works because I'm always right. Spectacular. It was actually really interesting the way it came together. My gut instinct of connect all of the polyominoes that are possible to connect was correct. Which, again, the correct way to puzzle, the most optimal way to solve puzzles is just guess right the first time. Just guess right the first time. Precision. Do we want to play some precision puzzles? How do we feel about precision puzzles? I feel mostly pretty good about precision puzzles. As long as it's not precision 6 and 7. Precision 4 and also Delta and Gemini. Alright. And this can't be an L, and it can't be an O, so it must be a Z. Fine. Wait, oh no. It must be an L. I take it back. And this can't be an L, so it must be an I. And this can't be an I. No, this must be an I. Forgot which shape is which? And precision 4, so this is also an I. So this is not an I. And this is also not an I. Which means it's L and the other kind of L. And this is anything that's not an L. Like an O, for example. This comes out this way. And these are, again, all different. So this is an L. This is not an L. Must be an I. Hello? Nope. Must be is an L. So it must be an L. Gosh. So this has to be a Z. So this can be an L. And then this is a problem. This is... Oh, I see. It's an L that doesn't touch. Okay. So it goes out this way. Like that. And then this is an I instead. And then you just draw some shapes. Sure. I like it when there's a problem that is easily resolved. That's my favorite kind of problem. Is when you're like, oh, this is a problem. But I know how to resolve it. Because I am smart. So what are we doing here? This is where we start, I think. Whatever this is, it's the same as this. So it's LTS. LT or S can't be an O. Can't be an I. Can be an I. But these two, I guess if this is... These could be the same if this doesn't go through here. But this has to be a wall. These can't be the same, because this has to be different from this thing. So this does have to be a wall there. Oh, wow. Okay. And then this, so that comes out here. That makes a wall there. That does that. That makes a wall there. So that goes there. This is the same as this, is the same as this, is different from this. Yeah, okay. So this has to be the I. These are the same. This is different here. This is X, this is Y, this is Y, this is also not X. So this could actually be like that. That could work. Intriguing. Intriguing. Lots of possible results here. Lots more work to do. So all of these Geminis here, all of these Geminis are either S's or L's. Precision 4 means this cannot be an S. Has to be an L that is exactly that L. So this has to be there, this has to be there, this has to be there, and this has to be an S, which is there. So that comes out this way, that means a wall there. There's no mingle shape, so this can be also an L if I want it to. T, all right, that's fine. SS, that's fine. This has to be not an S. This has to be a T? Okay, well, the only way that could be a T is like that. This has to also be not an S. That's fine. It was never going to be an S. Can't be an L here, because it needs to take up this space. If it goes here, it has to take up both of these, so it can't go here. So it's got to do that. Great. All right, what are we doing? This has to be not an S. And these two are the same. So this can't be an I either, which leaves TL. L works. Hang on. This means wall here. This means wall here. So this can't be a T. So it has to be an L. This has to be an I. Excuse me. I take it back. This has to be an S. That thing I said about what it has to be, that was wrong. Instead, it has to be a different thing. So this has to be an L. Either that one or that one. And if it does this, these have to be different. And I don't think these can be different like that, because this is going to divide this region in a mirrored way. So I think it has to do this. And then we have I. Love it. Ah, 6s, my favorite. The thing I just did, but harder. All right, I'm in. Whatever this is also. Whatever this is also. But these are different, so these are different. Aye, Captain. What do you eye, Cyber Benny? You have to eye something. You can't just eye generically. Eye is a transitive verb. That goes down. So this is an L, which means this is an L. So they're either doing this, or they're doing this. Or I guess they could be doing this. I don't know. Captain. Oh, UI Captain. Okay, yeah. Okay, great. Cool, we're on the same page. Everything's fine. That means this isn't an L. So this is a T or an S? T or an S. This is a T or an S. Could be a T. And then this has to be an L that way. And then this has to be that, which does not work. So L that way is wrong. This has to L this way. Could still do this now. That's unclear, but that has to be like that, which means this is an S. Which means this is also an S, and this is not an S. This is not an L, and not an I. So S or T? S or T. This also S or T. I should probably be writing this down. This is a 6 for a reason. This is an S or a T. This is an S or a T. This is an L. This is an S. This is not an S. And that's all we know. So in what way do these things do their things? This is not an L. Nope. Too many vibes. Too many vibes. Maybe start with here. If this is a T, how does this look? Could be any of these. Right? Any of that, and all of that seems fine. This delta here is somewhat intimidating and implies the T goes across like this. Although I guess I don't know for sure. I don't have any certainty one way or the other. Okay, this has two possible configurations, right? It's either an L like that, or it's an L like that. So let's determine whether or not this is okay. If this happens, then this has to happen. Then this has to come up here, and it can't be an L. It can be an I. It could be an S. It could be a T. But it can't be an L. This also can't be an L. Let's say it's an I, purely for the sake of argument. This S can break out through here. This can be whatever it wants to be. Sure, that's fine. This now looks like this. Oh. No, it doesn't. This is going to be an S. It has to do it this way. Ah, this might be my break-in here. Because if this is going to be an S, it can't do it this way because of this one space. It has to do it this way. And if it does it this way, there is the incorrect amount of room here. So this has to be a T. $25. There needs to be 24 left in here. So it does have to take this. Because it can't take both of these, otherwise the number will still be wrong. So it has to take this. Which means this comes out to here and is not a T. This comes out to here and is an S either this way or this way. That's still indeterminate. We got to figure that one out. Okay, so that actually helps doing math. Oh, good thing I did math. So let's try that again from before. If this L is this way, that means I here, this comes up, This has to be a T. And we don't know exactly in what way it's a T. Maybe it's a T like this. And then we have I and O, and that works. All right. If that works, then that works. I'm not gonna get mad about that. This is neither a T nor an S, so it's either an I or an L. It can't be an L that way, so it's guaranteed to take this spot, which means this S has to do that. This can't be a T here, so it has to be an S, which means this is a T, except this is an L, which I feel like turns this into a problem. What if this is an L instead? Then this can be neither T nor S. So this needs to be L or I? And it can't be L that way, so it's either L or I. But if it's L, then this needs to be a T, which it can't. So this has to be an I. So this has to be an I. This has to be an I. Which means we're boned. All right. We're boned because this can't be a T, is why we're boned, actually. So this T has to go this way. Does the rest of this still work? This can't be an I now. It has to be an L. L. Nope. So this has to be... This can't be a T. So this T has to go that way. So this is an L. This can't be an I now. It has to be an S. And that works. So this now lines up. So this S, this still can't be a T or an S, so it has to be an L or an I. Can't go up, so it has to go here, which means this S is here. This part's still true. Now the question here, is this an L or a T or an I? If it's an I, this is messy, because this can't be an I. So it has to be an L, so this can be a T, and now we have two O's. Yeah! Alright. Alright, I like this one. This was good. This had good flow to it also. Still a lot of FAFO. But that is how that goes sometimes. Precision 10, you say? Really? Well, these two need to be different. This could come out here and allow all of this to be shape number 3. Except this makes some amount of sense to me. Sure. Seems fine. Has to be 10. Is this... In what way is this different? Ah, that's the way in which this is different. I think that means I do this. Yeah. Precision 8! I have seen this exact puzzle configuration, except it was a different precision. It was like precision 4 or precision 5 or something like that. That's very funny. How many spaces was this? 3, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 40. So this is 5 shapes total. Exactly 5 shapes. Is that too much? That's too much. That's an 8. That's an 8. That's an 8. This can't take the rest. Damn. What does this need? This needs 1 and it needs not that one. Okay. Okay. Oh. Nope. Nope. Still a problem. We just keep shuffling stuff around until it works, except it's not working. I think this needs to take that. I think this needs to take that, which means we need to figure out how this works. This might be an R, actually. You might it might be time for that R that we were talking about. Might in fact be R time. What if instead that does that? Nah, get wrecked. No R's. No R's for anybody. The R's are strictly rationed. More precision 8. Alright. Well, that's some amount of precision. This is 40. So again, 5 8s. These can't join. These can, though. These can't join. Okay, so I can't just fill in blocks of 4 and have them join in some ways. That doesn't work. So we have to figure out how the walls connect. Like, this one is tricky. This has to do exactly that. That's really funny. I guess it doesn't have to do exactly that. It could do that. This is tricky. No, it's not. It's, again, you just like, it's like Play-Doh, right? You just jam it all in, and if it doesn't quite fit, then you move a little bit around from one place to another, and it just flows. It just flows. Big precisions are fine. Big precisions are fine. As long as there's not, like, a million loopy bricky rules going on. Yo? Precision 3 with a million Geminis. How dare you? Geminis and deltas all over the place. Can't say I'm a... It goes in the square hole. It does go in the square hole. Alright. We're gonna do this. So we have yellow and red, right? Yellow and red, and this is also red. And then we don't know which of these are yellow and red. But we know these are yellow and red in this order. Do I have a reason to believe that one of these shapes is the elbow versus the short eye? Yes, no? No, yes? What about over here? These two are the same. These two are the same, but they are different. These two are the same. These two are different. Does that mean walls? I don't know what that means. That could mean like that. Or honestly, it could just be... Who knows? There's a lot of freedom over here. And these are all different, so it's like yellow, red, or maybe the other way around. But I don't know which is yellow. Like, guess we're doing that. And one of these has to be the I. And one of these has to be the L. This cannot L like that. Okay, so this has to be the I here. L here. So this has to be the I. Alright, so this is correct. Which means this is through there. Which means this is either like that or up. It's still a lot of freedom. But now we have the colors coordinated with the shapes correctly. So that's good. That's good. This can't do that. So it either does that or that. But it means these two for sure. Oh, there's so many shapes that you just fill in whatever shape you want. There's so much room in this puzzle to just draw shapes. Ugh. Gross. This... Still not sure whether this goes up or down. And whether it goes left or right. I think there's room for it to go right. No, there's not. Okay, so it doesn't go right for sure. Because that can't seal off like this. So this has to go up here. Which means that does that. So this is going either up and left or down and left. If it's up and left, that breaks. So it has to be down and left. Which means that and that. Same here. Yeah, if it's up and left, it breaks. So it has to be down and left. Now... Nope, up and left... No, up and left doesn't necessarily break here. Up and left could work. Does this break? We don't know. We don't know. This has to do this, though. So now we know that this is a wall here. This is yellow, and this is red. The only way for this to be red is like that. I'm gonna make all of these pink because I don't know what they are. What if we do this? Then what happens? Then we have another one there. This has to go there or there. Yeah, that... Here it breaks. But there was a lot of freedom up until then, right? Like, this could be... no, it couldn't. This, like that, is not valid either. What about this like that? That works. And then this is a 3. Oh, yeah, it does just work. Okay, good. I thought it might. It looked like this was leaning the other direction, since all of these came down. But that could still have gone in a variety of different ways. Precision 3. Really? There is not a lot to work with here. $36. Jeez. There's gotta be some subset of 3 of eyes here, right? Either there, or there, or there. So it could be 2 eyes. Or as the eye moves up, you start shifting. Can this ever be not an eye? I don't think so. I think this spot has to be an eye no matter what direction it goes. So this has to be an S. What are my default colors? I'll keep doing this. This has to be an I. This has to be an S. S. Elbow. It's a highly deformed S. I stopped saying short eye, so I was just talking about 4s. I don't know why I was just talking about 4s, but I was just talking about 4s. Short eye and elbow. Aren't those colors backwards? No. Do you mean from the previous puzzle? Because the colors mean whatever I want them to mean. But from the previous puzzle, the reds were the short eyes and the yellows were the elbows. And the pinks were, I don't know what they are. But I do appreciate the error correction. Oh, god damn it. Delta and Gemini are backwards. Yes. I agree. Well, I was so confident in my answer, too. So confident. And yet, here we are. Gemini means the same. So they're both eyes. They're both short eyes. Yes, that's correct. I'd have figured it out eventually. Probably. Once I resolved the entire puzzle and then noticed the small little red X next to the Gemini symbol. So this is probably good that I was told this ahead of time. Yes, okay, so both of these are short eyes. What's pink? I don't know. That's the point. But one of these is a short eye, and one of these is an elbow. Which means that one of these has to not touch, and the other can touch but doesn't have to? This can't be an elbow. This has to be a short eye also, one way or another. Whether or not these two touch, this has to be a short eye. So this has to be an elbow. So this is what we're working with, which means that, which also means that. If this goes out to here, this can no longer be an elbow. So this has to be short eye. This can be an elbow here, though. And given that this has to be an elbow... Wait, there's not enough room in here. Something terrible has occurred. I think the thing that I said about this was exactly wrong. Yeah, the thing that I said was exactly wrong. Instead, it was the opposite of the thing that I said. You remember when I said that the optimal way to solve puzzles was merely guess correctly the first time? Here I have demonstrated the unoptimal way of solving puzzles, which is make incorrect assertions. So, don't try this at home, is what I'm saying. See this light? Tricksy little puzzle. 9. 4 9s. 9 9 9 9. Where are the 9s, do you think? Something like that, maybe? Or like that, even? You can only take one of these. So maybe like that. And then this has to do something that this is... Ooh, this is tricky. This is tricky, this bit here. This bit here is a little tricky. Right? Because this has to have enough room. Okay, so let's start with this. They don't have to be all separate, but like, if they're not all separate, then this is taking this, or this is taking that, because it can't take the adjacent ones. And then this needs room to grow here, so it probably comes down like that. Which means that takes there. How much do you need? 2 more. Sure. This needs 2 more. Could do that, actually. I like that. I don't like that. This is very interesting. Because it feels like this needs to take over more of this space. This is an 8. So it doesn't have room to take anything here. Which maybe means this comes through here. 8 9. Yeah, there we go. Good. Precision 3. Oh, here we go. Fascinating layout. Okay. So this comes out here, and whatever this is, it's different from this. Which means these two can't be the same, which means this has to be an eye. And then this has to be the elbow. So this has to also be an elbow. So this has to be an eye now, because it can't be an elbow. And this also has to be an I, so it has to be like that. This is the same setup as up here. If this can't come down here, so this has to be an I, so this has to be an elbow, so this has to be an elbow. But now there's room for this to go here instead of polluting this. Which is interesting. Like, the default assumption is, oh, it just does the same thing, right? You just do this again, and then this has to be an I, and then this has to be an I, and it doesn't work. So I think this has to go this way. So this can be an I that way, though. And then this can be an I like that. I don't know why I'm committing to this. This feels like there could be some other things going on here, but I guess it has to be this way. All right, that's a 3, that's a 3, that's a 3, that's a 3! And now we have 3 different 3s. This cannot be an elbow like that, so we have to do like that, and then elbow. Great. Perfect. Perfect! That's superb! Once again, correct instincts. Merely be correct from the beginning, and then you never have to alter your path. Precision 3. We do love a precision 3 in this house. Those can't connect, so that has to do that. If I do that, then this has to be a 3 which breaks, so that goes there. I think that has to go there. No, it has to come down there. And then this takes whatever it wants. Great. Scatter! Look at that particle effect. Definitely a satisfying visual indicator that you have accomplished a goal. Particles everywhere. Good stuff. Good stuff. How much is left? 9. Is there a particular puzzle that I want to leave till last? We could do this one last. Precision 11? How dare you? 3 different shapes. Okay. This and this have to be the same. So how much of this space up here does it need to take? 15. We need to take 4 more of this, which is exactly those 4. That's an 11, so fill in the rest. Easy. Precision 5. That comes down to there. That's a 5 now. That probably takes that space. Yeah. Precision 7. Sure. That's a 7. That's a 7. That's 5. This needs to be a separate thing. So that's a 7. That's a 7. This is clearly a 7. 5, 6, 7. This cannot go left or right, has to go there. So this is a thing, and this is a thing. 5, 6, 7. This is a 7. All the 7s fit together like 7s. Exactly like they're supposed to. Very clean. Precision 4. Okay, okay, okay. This cannot go up here, because then this has to be an O. Which it can't. Which it can't. That would not be legal. This has to be a separate thing. These can't talk. So that has to go that way. Could do that. Haven't decided. There's a lot of walls here. That is what I am learning. this breaks, so it has to do this. This needs to take one of those. There we go. Huh? Okay. This has to be a T, huh? As does this. So this has to be separate from this. Which means it's a T like that. Which means this has to be an I. That's a wall. Where, because this can't be a T across there. So it has to be a T up this way. Can't take this space either. So it has to be like that exactly. And with that walled off, this T has to be exactly that. And this is either an S or an L. This is a T. And it can't be a T to here, so it's got to be a T this way. This now could be across. Could be up. Cannot be up. Has to be across. Can't be left. Could be up or right. Yes. Cannot be up. This needs to not be a T. Okay. Could be an S or an I. Can't be an I, because then there would have to be an I here. Not T or I, so not S. So S or L. This is an S or an L. An L would look like this or this. An S would look like that. Ah, can't be an S. Has to be an L. Can't be that L. Has to be this L. This can't be an I. Has to be an L. So that makes this an I and this an L. Heck yeah. Aw, man, it's so nice playing easy puzzles. It's so nice not staring at the same puzzle for an hour and a half. Aww. It's so nice feeling like I am making progress. Hello. Precision 3, are we? Are we 3 today? This can't be an I. This has to be an L. Bow. So this also has to be an L. Which has to be that one. Which means this is an I. Which means this is an I and this is an I. So this is an I like that, which means this goes out this way. Yikes. This has to happen, which means this is an elbow. This can't be an I, so this must be an I. And it can't be that I, because that separates the wrong number of shapes. There we go. One of them archway puzzles, eh? Oh. Precision 5. Could do that. I like that, actually. Then this has to go up. So that goes across. So that does that and that. Great! I just draw things till it works. Draw things till it works. That's always the plan. Ever and always, the plan is simple. Draw the owl. Simply draw the rest of the owl. There needs to be one more puzzle out here somewhere. Not this one. A different one than this one. There needs to be one more puzzle out here. It might be time to cheese it. Anybody see any light beams? Puzzle behind the tree? Like in the tree? Have I done that one? I have done that one. Good. Glad I found that one earlier. Certainly not seeing very many light beams. Just the one, really. Alright, window. Reveal to me your secrets. Oh. Behind the window. Trixie. You could just vibe solve instead of having to think? Yeah, exactly. 21. Okay. So, this and this have to be the same region. Perfect. Ah, great. Oh? Hello? Alright. This is fine. This is fine, probably. This is probably fine. Interesting. Very interesting. What does this mean for me? Can this spot ever be an elbow? Can't take this. So, no. This can never be an elbow. This is always an eye. So this is always an eye. Can this spot ever be an elbow? I think the same thing holds true, right? If it try to elbow, it cuts it off, and it can't ever take this spot. So this has to always be an eye, either connected to this eye or going vertically, whatever. But it always has to be an eye, which means this always has to be an elbow. Now this has to be an eye. This has to be an eye. For this to be an eye, these two. Because it can't go horizontally. It has to go vertically. Which means this has to be an eye. So this is a wall. And this is an eye like that. This has to be an eye. This has to be an eye. So all of these are eyes the whole way down. If this is an eye horizontally, then this is a problem. So this has to be part of this. Perfect. Perfect. Ah, red sparkles. Give me those delicious raspberries? What do we think these red sparkles are? Red Skittles? Strawberries. Give me them delicious strawberries. There we go. I figured it out. I have determined the optimal fruit. Can we get Mingle-shaped strawberries? It'll be a journey, for sure. Maybe now is the time to go sit and stare at a puzzle for an hour and a half? I guess if I'm going to sit and stare at a single puzzle for an hour and a half, I should probably do it before I have less than an hour and a half left in stream. The night is young. Alright, alright, alright. Let's commit. It's secluded garden time. This garbage. Oh, I figured out how many 6s and 7s I needed, but it got rid of my notes. I had notes here. 24-hour stream confirmed. God, please don't make me sit here and stare at this puzzle for 24 hours. I hope I get my insight sooner than that. What's the mingle area? Mingle shape means that shapes cannot be adjacent to the same shape. So if I have an S here, then whatever this is can't be an S in any rotation of that S. But what we have here, in addition to bricky, is pseudo-loopy because of size separation. With size separation and only 2 ranges, we can't have a place where 3 regions meet, because those regions would have to be all different sizes, and there's only 2 sizes available. So in addition to bricky, we have something like loopy, although it doesn't hold true around the edges. Like, loopy traditionally doesn't let you do this. But that's why this is pseudo-loopy, and not actual loopy. That does mean that we can't just have a 7 all the way across, because a 6 won't be able to cover all of that territory. So no straight 7s. I think we decided there's like 8 7s and 9 6s or something like that to fill in the 97 dots that we have here. Since it has to be essentially half and half. Maybe that number is wrong. Maybe it was 7 7s. Seven 7s and 8 6s, I think. 8 6s is 48, right? Yeah. 7 7s and 8 6s. And just in general, the longer a region goes straight across, the more difficult that's going to be to find something to go in the across thing. Bricky certainly presents problems, though. So what this means is that for any group of 4, there can only be 2 regions within them. So we've also got pseudo watchtower here. And I can draw all of these, like, axiomatic conclusions, these sort of sub-rules that I have to follow, but I still don't know where to start. This is the problem with this puzzle. I think I was trying to find a reason that I couldn't do this. Because it needs to be 3 across in order to cover it. I think I also need to figure out how I am using these broken up spaces, these empty spaces. Because I do need to use them as ways to break up the shapes so that we don't hit the bricky or loopy problem. Kind of feels like I need to start over here somehow. And then this kind of works as, like, now I have a 6 here and I have a 6 here, and they're different from... Oh, no, that doesn't work. So this needs to actually go into there. I can't have it end at a corner. So anytime it touches a corner, it needs to extend past that corner at least one space. Right? This works. Oh, no, it doesn't. Because now this is bricking. This works, though. And that lets me do a new 7 here? No, that bricks. That lets me do a new 7 here? No, that bricks. So I can't have this take up this space like this. Because I can't have a new 7 here, because that also bricks. And I can't have a 7 that touches. So it needs to extend 2, but not 3. Right? So it would need to be like there. So this works. And then this can be a 6. And this can be a 6. And then this can be a 7. What if we do this? And have orange be my 7s. And have purple be my 6s. So I think each of these needs to do, like, pinwheel things. Except this can't do that, so it needs to do that. Except it also can't do that. So maybe it needs to do that. And then this has a 7 here. Except this can't do that, because then this is looping. either a pinwheel or 4 and 4. Because it can't take this, right? This is against the rules. Because then this can't be a thing on its own. It can't brick. Has to go at least there. This can't be a thing on its own. Can't brick. Has to go at least there. And this is now bricking. Or it's two of the same shapes touching each other. So yeah, it needs to be either 2s all the way around or 2 4s. Okay. So like here, this could be a 4 all the way around like that. Can't take this without going further in. So it has to take that and then not touch this. So it has to go out to here. And I don't know if this is a 6 or a 7 yet. But that means that this all needs to be taken at once. As does this. And this doesn't work, so this has to go there, which bricks. Unless this wraps around it. But that bricks here. And loops here. You begin to see the problem that I'm running into here, though, yeah? This works. Does this work? This is scary, but it might. That bricks. That bricks. That bricks. Like, there's so many different ways for this to be wrong. There's so many ways for this to be wrong. I screwed up that command so badly. How did I screw that? Okay, wait. I gotta fix this. Nightbot, what did I do wrong? Hang on. Hang on. Sorry. I gotta fix this. What is it supposed to look like? Documentation. Show me the rules. How does this work? Commands, variables, arguments, number. Did I screw it wrong? Did I screw it up? To user. Oh, it's got to be lowercase. It just has to be lowercase. That's the problem. Okay, I fixed it now. No, if you don't provide an argument, it should yell at you directly. I guess if you provide an argument, maybe it'll yell at the person that you provided an argument to. But it should just yell at you. Alright, now let's see if it works. No? Does $2 use it? Why doesn't that work? Yeah, if no argument, it should just be... Oh, is it parens instead of brackets? It's parens instead of brackets. I'm very bad at this. Hey, there we go. But that was a better use of my time than staring at this puzzle for another couple of minutes. Oh, God. Where do we start this? So, the rule is... The rule is that there needs to be either 2 or 4 surrounding a given brick, a given empty spot, right? Because if I do 3, that can't be on its own because that's now a brick. Can it? Wait a minute. That does work, actually. That does work, and I'm unhappy about it. Okay, as long as it's 2 or 4 regions, the actual space they take up is flexible. Yeah? Except this is broken here. So I'd have to do like that. Except now this doesn't work. Right? Like, this is the same problem here. Is this now needs to be... It can be 1 as long as it hits from an edge. It can't be 1 at a corner. So if it hits 1 here, we could have 3, 3, and then 1. Right? It could be like that. This is getting more complicated. I thought I had a rule, and actually the rule has exceptions. Opposite sides need to be the same count. Yes. That is actually a corollary that I did figure out last time. Is if one of the, like, if this is a 6, this spot needs to be a 6. I think the squares are going to be the easiest part. Yeah, I think the squares are the best place to start. Because the rest of it is going to be harder. So if you can get the stuff with the squares filled in, then everything else kind of plays out easier. So the thing, though, that I can't do is just go like this, right? And say, you know, maybe both of these are 6s, maybe both of these are 7s, but both of these are the same. Because they might join like that. So this could be a 7 here and a 6 here, and this is valid. It's not just opposites. This is valid for this. I don't know if it's valid for any other connections in the puzzle. But, like, for at least this section of 8 blocks, this is legal. Although it does present some really terrible, like, connections here. So there might actually be no way for this to work the majority of the time if you extend it out. But this is legal just talking about this set of 8 bricks. The big empty areas are where all the restrictions are. The squares are really only there to break them up. No, I agree with that. But the squares also limit where the shapes can be, like... The big empty areas gives you no place to start. There's a lot of things... The big empty areas, there's a lot of things that are wrong, and only one thing that is right. Whereas if you're in kind of these bricky areas with the empty spots, there aren't as many possibilities, so there aren't as many things that are wrong. Like, the real problem is figuring out where there is a right thing to start with. And that's a lot harder to figure out if you're working with the empty areas than if you're working with the broken up area. Is my take on it initially, at least. Like, I don't want to start in the place where there's more ways to be wrong. I want to start in the place where I'm trying to decide between a 50-50 or something like that. Not that, like, I can really feel like I have any way to start with any of this. You know? I suppose there's some amount of, like, if I start up in this corner, that's maybe okay, because at least one region is a little bit more self-contained. But... I don't know, I guess there's a lot of ways to be wrong around this area, too. It's just, like, so many ways for this to... Like, there's so many ways for it to stretch out, and the ranges are so big. 6 and 7 are such big numbers that it's so hard to actually pin any region down to a specific location or a specific arrangement. A hard life. I kind of feel like this puzzle is Artisan of Glimmith's Megalovania. Like, if you were to tune in to any random Artisan of Glimmith stream that is not just starting out, you have about 50% odds that it's going to be exactly this puzzle. In the same way that if you're tuning into any Undertale stream that isn't just starting out, you have like 50% odds that it's going to be exactly the Sans fight. Not that I think this puzzle is going to take half of my playtime. Hopefully I'm a little bit better than that. But good heavens, is this easy to bounce off of? There's... Like, I still don't see a good way to get started on this, despite however many corollaries to the rules I have invented for myself. I mean, what if we start with this pinwheel? What if we start with exactly this pinwheel and see where that takes me? Shape must completely cover the one next to it except when you hit a square. Yes. Yep. I agree with that, that summary. So let's say orange is 7. We can do purple is 6. And this doesn't work, right? I can't do a 3 and a 2 like this. All right, see ya, Kellerman. Thanks for being there. Thanks for hanging out. Can't have 3. I guess this could be... Yeah, and then this can't be a 6 on its own with a 7 in between because bricky. So given this, this actually can't take this unless it also takes this. In this starting configuration. So what if it does take that? There's not really a good way for this to be... Oh, I guess this works, actually. But now this is a problem. Can this be a 7 to here? No. Like, it needs to cover this thing entirely, right? It needs to do that. And then this is so busted if it does this. This is a brick. Yeah, it was so hard to put this together. So hard to just figure out a place to start on this puzzle. That has to take that, doesn't it? This doesn't work because this is trapped here. Unless I do this. which is 2 open? 2 open. What's up, Chrono? How's it going? Am I assuming that the regions have to pinwheel around the holes if there are 4 of them? It seems like a decent place to start, Rufus, because either any given hole has 4 regions around it or 2 regions around it. Got to about midsummer on that .age seed. Nice. Good progress. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing some more of that. There isn't quite the rule that it has to be directly opposite. Like, this needs to be a 6 and this needs to be a 6, so this needs to be a 7 and this needs to be a 7. Because you can still do something like this and have that feel legal, at least without doing any of the other stuff around it. But if you're not, like, this also feels very dangerous because now you still have to have more coverage around them in order to make sure that it doesn't break any rules elsewhere. But yeah, if you're not doing this, then each brick, each empty spot has to have 4 regions around it. And that can be 4 2s, or it can be something like this. But it needs to be split up into 4 regions. There's no way to do it with 3. Or 1, for that matter. Is possible with 2, but 2 brings about a lot of logistical concerns. So I guess maybe the only assumption that I can start with is something like this. Without knowing necessarily which numbers are which, but these 2 are the same number and these 2 are the same number. And then this has to go either that way or that way. Around this. Because it can't end like that. That's bricky. But one of those situations, and then the same thing here, like, this goes like that, maybe. Something like this is how it starts. But then from here, what do? There's a lot of failure cases, but very difficult to know exactly what you need to do to progress from here. This does kind of work, though. Does this work? See, this doesn't. So maybe it's like that. That doesn't work. This has to go left. And now this has 3 spots here, which is illegal. Unless this is a 1, and then that's an orange, and that's a pink. This actually does work. It can take 3 as long as it's not a corner. If it takes 3 around a corner, that breaks things. But if it takes 3 across a side, that's okay. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I think this breaks here. And this is already broken here, right? Because now you have this here. Like, this seems like a reasonable start, but doesn't actually progress at this point. I guess this going here was part of the problem. But I can't make this do... I guess it could go up? This works? This, I think, works, and I'm unhappy about it? Except now I'm in this, like, big open space that nothing works. Like, is this okay? This doesn't feel okay. This feels like a mess. But I got further out than I've ever gotten before. Problems? Need this to go one further. Definitely wrong on the top left. Those two regions can never be combined by anything. Yeah. Like, this is a problem here, right? A lot of problems, for sure. But this is more progression, like, reasonable progression, than I've been able to make with any other starting point. Before I got to a point where it was wrong. Like, I think working from the pinwheel philosophy is probably one of the better ways to start. Maybe I can do so here? Or here? And fill in, like, this space in some way? And then spread out from there, because that's going to be easier to fill in the rest of it? Like, this is a problem? All of this is a problem? Areas furthest from the pinwheels are hard. Sure, sure. The two in the left column here are the same color. Otherwise, it immediately breaks. Is that true? I mean, that's kind of the theory that I've been working with, but I haven't tried to formalize it. Yeah, okay, probably. Like, shapes being longer or wider is a problem, generally, as opposed to shapes being kind of more compact blobs. It's like shapes need to be blobs, and then you can use the space between the empty tiles to cover them up once they get too long. Like wrapping each other around. But, hard to say how that looks in terms of, like, an actual solution. Right, you gotta do something like this. Except less so, or more so. This actually layers pretty well. But, like, now I need purple that goes all the way across here. And this needs to go... probably like that, actually. But then I have Loopy here. Like, this puzzle is just so ridiculous. I don't doubt that there's a solution, but finding a starting point just completely evades me. Where do they get off making this a 6, honestly? This puzzle's an 8. So bricky. I hate it here. Well, this almost works. I kind of like this as a start, actually. And then the question is, what do I do with it from here? What if I start it like this? Do you think they misrated the difficulty of this one? This one, it's just such a... I feel like there is a intuitive leap that must be made in order to be able to start this puzzle, as opposed to just draw conclusions about the puzzle. And once that initial leap is made, I think it's going to be a lot easier to put the rest of it together. The scale is 1 to 7, which is why I think this puzzle should be an 8. I feel like once you've made whatever that initial intuitive leap is, the rest of the puzzle is going to be a lot easier. But like you've got to get things started off correctly. And I don't have a good sense of how to begin this. And the weird, like, layering thing that you have to do once you get any kind of, like, initial coverage is also hard. But, like, starting like this feels mostly okay. This almost works. Yeah, this doesn't work here. That bricks. Oh, I hate this puzzle. I hate this puzzle. I hate this puzzle so much. Yeah, it doesn't feel like I'm gonna get it now. So we're gonna go do something else. 2 corners on the 5th row already. Yeah, I mean, there's, like, this is what I'm saying, is getting any kind of starting situation. There is some intuitive leap I am missing in order to just get an initial shape on the board that doesn't immediately result in disaster. And I feel like I need to not start with initial shapes. I need to start with axioms. But I don't have the right axioms to put it all together yet. Like, there's something in shape relationships that I need to grok before I can get that puzzle started, and I haven't hit it yet. So I'm just gonna keep on, like, dipping into it and trying some stuff and then leaving if it doesn't turn out the way I want it to. And there is plenty of other puzzles in this game that I need to make progress on. So I am not too worried about, you know, spending the rest of my life sitting on this puzzle. We can come in and out of it as time allows, and as I feel willing to sit and stare at it. But yeah, for now, let's go adorn another window. Let's go hit some Mingle shapes. That seems like a more satisfying use of my time. Oh. This is fascinating. Neighboring regions must have different shapes. Okay. So, and there's 3 rose symbols here. So this has to do exactly that. And this then can't take that one because of Mingle shape, so it has to do that. This can't do this. Can actually come out and do something like that. And then this breaks Mingle shape by taking the extra space. And then this comes across and does that. Yeah, perfect. Good Mingle shape. Good Mingle shape. Shape successfully mingled. It would be so easy to just do this, except that breaks Mingle shape. So I think instead... Aw, that still doesn't work. But it does if I just take an extra spot. Somehow. Can these two swap? Nope. This is interesting here. There's 5 shapes. So what if this comes around? And leaves this extra space for this to take. There we go. As long as an extra space is taken by one of the shapes, it's fine. Mingle shape. Sure. These shapes are single and ready to mingle. Yeah, this can't be a 1, so it has to come out. This can't be a 1, so it has to come out. This can't be a 1, has to come out. This can't be a 1, has to come out. This can't be a 1, has to come out. This can't be a 1, has to come out. But these can connect. And then they're not the same shape as this 3. And that's a 2 and a 1. Ooh, wow. Surprisingly tricky, that one. Okay, okay, we're mingling, we're mingling. 3 and a 1. 1 and a 3. 1 and a 3. And then a 4. Yo? Alright, this has to be either a 2 or a 3. Which means this has to be a 2, so this has to be a 3. This has to then be a 3. 2. 2. This has to be a 3. This has to be a 3. Neither of them can go across because they can't touch. This is a 2. This is a 3. This is a 2. This is a 3. Can't go down. Has to go across. This is a 2. This is a 2. And that's a 3! It even got the color right. Good job. Good job. One, 2. Can't be 2 2s. Has to be a 4. All right. Great. So this has to be neither a 1 nor a 2, so it must be a 4. This can't be a 2. Has to be a 1. This has to be a 2. This has to be a 2. This has to be a 4. I like this. I like this kind of puzzle solving, where all the shapes, like, connect in this way to make it so that an individual space has to be the other things. These seem kind of boring compared to that other one, but it's so smooth. I like the puzzle flow. I like the logical connections as you move through them. As opposed to the other one where you're just sitting there like, I don't understand. That not necessarily. This could be... No, this does have to be a 1, actually. This is a 2 in a direction of some kind. This can't be a 4. It has to be a 2. This can't be a 4 or a 1. It has to be a 2. Be like that. And then a 1. And then a 2. And then a 4. And then a 1. And then a 2. And then a 1. And then a 2. And then a 1. And then I'm screwed. I think I might be screwed. I think I might have goofed. Where did I goof? This is a 2 going down here. And this could be a 1 and a 2. This has to be a 4. This has to be a 1. This has to be a 2. This has to be a 1. This has to be a 1. So this is a 2 here. Has to go that way. And then this is a 2, and there's the 4. Okay. It just needed to go in the other direction. Easy. I got an achievement for that one. Definitely being rewarded. Way more rewarding than sitting and staring at that stupid 6. This is interesting. I guess we need the 2 here in some way. Would make sense if it was like that. Wouldn't it? Oh, and then they need to continue to not touch, so it's kind of the same thing all the way around. Yeah, okay, cool. I forgot about Mingle shape for a hot second. I was like, yeah, we just need to put the 2 shapes in. It was just shape bank. In my head, it was just shape bank. And then as I started putting it together, it was like, oh yeah, it needs to be Mingle shape. This doesn't work, so it has to do that there. And then this has to be the other shape, which has to come down to here. So now this has to be that. This can't be that shape, so has to be the L. And it can't be L that way, so it has to be L this way. If these need to be L's together, it can't... I don't think they can be separated. I think they need to touch. That has to be pink. That has to be orange. That has to be pink. That has to be like that, and like that, and like that. Found ones. Ones, 3s, and 9s. Interesting. So this has to be a 3, and then this has to be a 1. 3 and a 1 means a 9. Which means either 1 or 3. This has to be a 3 there. And then this has to be a 1 there. And this has to be a 3. 3 and a 1 means we have to have a 9. Can this be a 3 here? No, it has to have a 1 there. Then a 3. How do we fit 1s and 3s here? Like that. Nice. Okay. These 2 connect somehow. And then come out some amount, maybe? I feel like this has to go to the border here. And then this has to be part of a 6. So this can't be a 6, actually. And then this has to be a 2. One way or another. Could be up, and then this could be a 6, and then this could be another 2. And this has to be at least a 4. And that's a problem, unless I do this. This has to be exactly a 4. And this has to be a 2. This is like the opposite of bricky. Everything needs to be a brick. This is a 2 like that. This has to connect to here, which means it has to be a 4. So this has to be a 6. This can be a 4. And then this can be... This has to be a 2, and then this can be a 6. Neat! Yeah, this was fun to put together. 1s, 2s, and 3s. Alright, let's go. So this has to be at least a 2, maybe a 3. Can't be a 3, it has to be exactly a 2. So this has to be a 3, which means it has to connect to this 3. This now has to be a 1, this now has to be a 2. This now has to be a 1, which means this is either a 1 or a 3. Could be a 1, and then this could be a 2. No, because that breaks this. So this has to be a 3. If this goes this way, this has to be 3, which breaks, or 1 then 3, which also breaks. So this has to go down. This now has to be a 2. So it has to go that way. This now has to be a 1. This now has to be a 2. This 3 has to go across. We don't know how far yet. I mean, I guess if it does this, this has to be a 1. And then this has to be a 3, which breaks. So it has to be here. This is a blue down. This is a 1 and this is a 3. That works. Please be appropriately colored, though. Aesthetics are important. It even does the matching aesthetics for the Mingle shape preview. That's good. I'm glad that it does that. Sure, I like 5s. Reveal to me your disasters. All of these have to be different, huh? This is interesting. Can't go left. Can do that. Or that. Or that. But regardless of what it does, it takes up some space vertically. So this needs to go across that way. Like, there's no way for this to go vertically and this to still be the appropriate shape. It's always going to take that spot, regardless of what else it does. So now this can't go down, has to go that way. So this has to be a 3 across. This now has to be this. Okay. Good start, good start. This now needs to be dark purple. Give me another color, actually. That needs to be purple. This needs to be green. If this is purple, it's going to take one of these two for sure. So it has to be green that way. This can be... This can be like this. Right? And then this has to be green. This has to be blue then. This breaks. Alright, so it can't go out to the right, which means it has to take the internal space. If this goes up, it breaks, so it has to go that way. So this is green here. Now this is blue. Blue that way lets you do green across. And then this breaks. Because then this has to be green. Which doesn't leave room for anything. So it has to go up. This still can't be green across. This can't be green either. This has to be blue now. Which blue here works. Then purple, green, blue. Yeah, great. So this now can do blue that way, and then this has to be blue here, and then that doesn't work. So maybe this is like this, and then this can be blue, and then the green can be here. Yeah. Much better. Whoa, look at this pair of big boys. That's exciting. We'll come back to that later. Fascinating set of shapes. Okay. I guess it could just go up, right? No, because this needs to not be taken to there. Interesting. So if this... The only place this can get its O shape is here or here. Which means this has to be exactly this. There's nothing else that can do. So this has to take its one off here, which means that's the O. So this has to be blue. Which means it has to be a part of this, because Mingle. Now this has to be purple, which is interesting. Is this a problem? I feel like this is a problem. I guess it could be not a problem if I do this way. And then this has to do this. And this can come out there. So this is pink, okay. So that has to come out like that. And then we have a green here. This has to be blue, which does work. This is a problem. Oh, it's only a problem if I don't do that. But now that I've done that, it's not a problem anymore. This can't take this spot. And it needs to take a corner. So it's got to be that one. So now this has to be blue. Which means we have green here, and it can't go left, so it has to go up. Ah, and that fills in perfectly. Yoink. Yeah, these are satisfying. Like, it's not as like Dwarf Fortress level stealing your fun from the game as an hour and a half painstaking solve. But, you know, it's like a little, like each one of these is like a single M&M or something, right? It's a little hit of dopamine for getting something right. So those are going to be green, and these are going to be blue. No, I don't like that. These are going to be blue. These are going to be green. All right, this can't be pink, so it needs to be blue. Can't be blue, needs to be green. This needs to be blue. This now can't go here or here. Or here. So it has to go up, which means it has to connect there. This has to be blue, which means this can't go up. It has to go left or right. If it goes right, that causes problems. Can't go up, so it has to go left. So this now has to take the space in the middle here. Uh-oh. This could be blue. This could be green now. If it's purple, what happens? You have blue and green? That works. I'm on board. No complaints here. Which direction does this need to go? If this goes there, that's purple, which means purple there, blue there. This could be green. That's not okay. If this goes this way, then this has to be green. How do I feel about that? That's fine. That's not fine. That has to come here. And then this can go that way. Heck yeah. Well, this can't be a 1, so Mingle shape. This has to come down this way. This can't come down or right. It has to go up. It has to do that. This can be... This has to be green. Because if it's a 1, this would have to be a 2 or a 3. And the 2 doesn't work, and the 3 doesn't work. Be pink, little ones! These can never touch, so they have to come out separately. This has to go either up or left. Interesting. This can't be a 1, so it has to be part of the 3. Now this can't go up or left, but has a decent amount of flexibility in how it goes down and to the right. This has to be blue, which means this has to be green, which means this has to be blue, means this has to be green, which maybe means, this is interesting, if this doesn't go right, it comes down and connects here, which means we need 2 1s or a 2 here, which doesn't work. So this has to do that, then this can be purple. And then this needs to be green, so it connects that way. This can't go down. Can go left, can go up. Can't go left. Right and down, down and right. It's pretty open, actually. I think this is wrong, but let's find out why. This now has to be the 1, because a 3 is not going to fit there. And this now has to be the 3, which fails. Oh, okay. That's why. So that has to go up. Which means this has to be green. This is either a 1 or the continuation of the 3. 3 is either there, and a 1 there, which means 1 and 2, or 3 is here, which means 1, and then 2, and then 1. All of this works. Kind of. It breaks down over here, I think. So I think we need to do it this way. Because that then lets me do... I think this breaks differently. Because I can't fit another green in here at all. But that doesn't lie. So what if it's like that? Now we have a 1 there. Ah, that lets me fit the green here. There we go. That's the trick. Nailed it. Mingle shape. Except I can still put anything anywhere else. Oh, so this has to be a 1 in the center, actually. Can't go up or down, so has to take this. Oh, it could still go up or down. It could, like, combine. Just can't combine through the center. Those can't combine that way. That's the trick here, is these can't combine through this spot. So this needs to be separate from the rest of them as well. So this is either combining here or there. That wants to do that, I think. This looks legal. That needs to do that. That's not legal. That's why that's not legal, because this needs to do this. That works, though. And then this can do this, and then these can combine. Cool. This is actually pretty tricksy for a 2. This feels more like a 3. Maybe that was just because my approach was weird. Get golded? Pretty good. The gold things are still going everywhere. I love it. I love it. Okay. Okay. Alright, as long as they don't touch, everything is fine, right? Except, I also can't make any empty spots that are 2s. Yeah. Okay, now I get to think about things. This can't come down, so it has to go up. And again, I can fill in holes, as long as the holes aren't this is not shape bank. I can fill in holes however I want to. If this goes up here, that causes problems. It's gotta go here. Which means this has to go this way. Suppose you can take that empty spot. Willing to allow it. This can't go down. So it must go up, except it has to go up this way. Oh. Fair point. Fair point. I guess this has to do this then. How does this have room? Hang on. Hold. I appear to have done something incorrect. What have I done wrong? Oh, this can go this way. And then this can go around that corner so that this can go up. There we go. Now this can't touch this or this. Which again makes me feel like maybe a mistake has been made. Some kind of disaster appears to have occurred here. I guess this can't go that way. So this has to go this way. It could be pink, though. I like pink. It's a good color. Or it can't be pink. You know what? Whatever. Fine. Yeah, that looks like a solution. That looks like an owl. These two are touching, which means they have to be part of the same shape, which means they have to be exactly this shape. If this is vertical, this has to also be... No, it could be horizontal. They can't both be vertical, because that breaks the T, or the S, rather. They can connect horizontally, and that doesn't break the S at all. This can't connect to that, because that breaks this, but it can connect to this. Now this has to go not up or right. It goes one further in either direction. What? Ah, it doesn't have to take this spot. It can go this way. Which I think it has to. But that is also a problem. Something has gone terribly wrong here. Am I wrong about these two? They can't be separated. No. Then this has to come out here. And if it comes down to this, it touches that, so it has to come out to here. Oh, I guess this could do this. Yeah, that works out okay. And then this can go across. This can't go left, so it has to do exactly this. Those touch, that touches there, and that fills in. Nine left. And I want to do these two last. Because that sounds like a fun time. You appear unsolved. I'll fix that for you. Oh dear. Okay, so what has to be a particular shape here? Listen, buddy, I never said math was my strong suit. Actually, I think I may have said exactly that before. Listen, buddy, I never said I was right all the time. No, I've said that too. That's definitely a thing I've said. Listen, buddy, shut up. All right, what are we doing here? If this takes a 2, then this is broken. So this has to be a 3. Or it could be down. Because this can still take a 3 here. And this can take a 3 there. So this can take another 2. Which means this has to be a 3. Or just not a 2. Likewise, this has to be not a 2. Can be a 2. But it can't be a 2 at this. So this is going to have to take this regardless. So we go 2, 3. No, this has to be a 2 down. And then something else has to change. I thought this was going to have to be a 3. But, like, that has to do that now. Because, oh, no, it has to do that. This can't take the upper one. But this can be a 3 across. This can take this as long as it does that. And then... and that. There we go. Okay, so how many are actually left? 41 minus 35. 6. So we need to find 4 more puzzles that are not these 2 puzzles. That looks like a puzzle. You look like somebody who needs my attention. Oh. Mingle shape and shape bank. Wow, we're doing something here today. Okay, so let's figure out which shapes can't do certain things. This needs to be a 4, an L, in order to grab a circle. Which means this cannot be an L, and this also cannot be an L. If this isn't an L, it can be an elbow, and it can also be an O. Both of those are okay. This can be an elbow, and it can be an O. Curses. Which direction is this going? Because this could go down here, or it could go up here, or up here. That's a lot of flexibility. The vibe is elbow here, O here. This is the vibe. I don't like that being an O. I like that being an an L much better. And then this has to do that, I think. And then we can have an elbow there. This can be an O. This can be an elbow, I guess. Connect there and then O. Heck yeah. The vibe was correct. We are sustained entirely by vibes. Okay, well, let's shape bank, I guess. Can this be a 2 and a 3? It can. It can also be an O in the center, but it doesn't have to be. This, though, has to do that, which means this has to do that, and this has to be yellow. And this has to be yellow. So if this is yellow, either this is an O, or this is orange. Can't be orange across. Orange up, yellow across. This now has to be an O, stuck with a 1. Nope. This is an interesting pattern, because I feel like it makes me want to do this. Is there a reason why I can't do that? Is there a reason why this doesn't work? This can't be left now with this setup, so it has to be up. And then this has to be orange. And then this has to be an O. So this has to be... Can't be yellow. I think has to be orange. So this can be yellow. Yeah, okay. Easy. Good quality vibes. Solid homegrown bespoke vibes. That means this has to be the 2. That means this has to be yellow. Which means this has to be purple. And this has to be green. And then this goes either up or to the right. So other stuff has to happen here. This could be pink and green. Or it could be yellow. Yellow, green? Green, yellow? Yellow, green feels more manageable, because then I can put green here. And then we just yellow up. This goes up, and then we go pink, green. I'm going to start drawing this out. Find out why it's wrong later. This is a bit of a mess. Not that much of a mess, though. That's got to be green. That's pink. That's green. This is a disaster. Maybe it goes the other way. This is pink and then green and then pink. That works. This can't be green across. Has to be green up. This now has to be yellow, so it has to be like that. That has to be pink and then green. Pink. This has to be green then. Pink. Green. Yeah. Yeah. Is that all of them? I think I'm still missing one more. I'm still missing exactly one more. All right, where are you, little hidden puzzle? Reveal yourself. Reveal to me your secrets. Something along the edge here, maybe? I don't see the light beam. Where is the light beam? Somewhere there is a light beam. Yes, good? Yes, good light beam? Okay. Oh. Oh? Oh. Sneaky little guy. All right. That's a lot of shapes. Holy hell. All right. All right, fine. All right, fine. A-okay, no problem. Kind of no problem. In what way? Maybe a little bit of problem. Perhaps some amount of problem. I guess we start here, right? Because this needs to connect. And that doesn't actually tell me anything. Like, this has to be either like that or like that. And either way works, I think. I guess if it's like that, then this needs to go across that way, which doesn't work. So I guess it needs to be that way. So that this can go up and down here. So now it has to be buffered from there, so it has to go up. This now has to also go up. And this now can't go up, so it has to go right. Okay. Which lets me fill in the rest here. In such a way as none of these are touching. Oh, this has to touch that. Yeah, good. Merry Christmas. All right, time for the big boys. These have to touch. These have to touch. They cannot connect up here, though. Which is interesting. Oh, I think that means it has to do that. So this has to go... Where? Wait a minute. Is this wrong? Can't take any of these. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. No, yeah, it has to do this. Now this can't go that way, or that way, or that way. That's flexible. Can't go there, or there, or there, or there. So this can't be the 3. It has to be the 2. But it can't be the 2 here. What am I doing wrong? Oh, these connect. It's fine. Everything's fine. No problem. This now has to go down and then left and right. This now has to go not there, there, here. Has to go there. Okay, that's that corner figured out. Pick another corner. Start messing around with other shapes. These are some wild shapes. These two feel like they're touching. These two feel like they're the same thing. I don't know for sure, but, you know, they feel like it. The vibe is there. And you know how I feel about the vibe. This has to go at least there. This has to go at least there. These two can't touch. And this can't go left, so it's got to go down. This can't do this, because it can't seal off a 2 space. But it can do this, or this, or this. A lot of flexibility on this one. This can't be a 1 or a 2, or a 3, or a 4. Excuse me? Can't be a 2. Can't be a 3. Can't be a 4. Can't be a 5. So it has to go either up or down here. Interesting. Interesting setup. Okay, so this goes here. This goes here. This goes here. This goes here, I think, is the only way to make that work. Which means this has to come out here, so this has to go down. So that goes that way. And this can't go that way, so it has to go down. This needs to take this. Yep. This needs to not leave this as a 2. That's what that needs to do. This goes a direction at some point, and we'll figure that out later. Do you do this? Seems valid. There, sure. Nope. Oh, problem. That's okay, though. Yeah, these can't be ones. This can't be there. This is Trixie. I like the way that this plays out. With like, oh, it's got to come out at least a little bit. And then it can't be adjacent to the same shape, so it's got to come out more. And then it can't be adjacent to the same shape, so it's got to come out more. I like this. The Z in the bottom right corner is missing a tile? I don't think it is. I would be surprised if that's true. So then getting these two together... We could do something weird like this. But the obvious way to handle it is just connect them. Still looks like it to you? It's 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Three, 3, 2? And the rest of this is just whatever? This is a problem. Up here is a problem. My entire premise is a problem. All of this is a problem. This is probably still right. But all of this was wrong. Because this can't go here. So it's got to go this way or this way. That doesn't work. That doesn't... I don't think that works. Yeah. So it's got to do this, I think. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. Everything's a problem? All manner of things are a problem? That's not okay. Hold. You've known you needed a new brain since you were 6. Dang. That is a long time. So how does this connect then? If I do that, this has to go... Yeah, can't go in there, and then this is a 3. So that doesn't work either. So it has to do this. Okay. At least I've got that settled. This cannot take this spot. Which means this has to be... Can't be a 3, so must be a 4. Can't be a 4. Can't be a 5. Can't be a 6. So this does that. 4, 5, 6. And this can't be a 1. So this has to go down, so that can't go down. 1, 3, L. This now looks correct. No, this is a problem here. Because this can't be a 3 next to a 3. So maybe this goes down and this goes here. 2 and 2, that doesn't work. So maybe this goes there and this goes here? No, because that can't be a 1. Maybe this goes down and this just takes all of that. And then this goes down. This goes up. Still not coming together. Now it's 2s here. Maybe this does something tricky here? There was the idea that maybe we do something tricky here, right? I don't remember what the tricky thing was that I was going to do. I guess it was going to be like this. Does this work? 2. This 1 isn't touching anything. This is a 2. 1 and 1 separated. I think this works. Damn it. Damn it. Maybe... No, this has to be that. There's no way this isn't that. Now this 2 still has to be a 2 somewhere. Can this 3 be? No. This 3 can't be any other orientation. It has to take this space to prevent this 3 from being next to a 3. But now I have the 2 here. If I do that, we have a 1 here. If I do that, we have a 3 here. If I do that, everything is a problem. Can I break this up into different shapes? Not with the 2 there. It's a 4 long, not a 3 long. Oh my god, it's a 4 long! I need something. I don't know what it is I need, but I need something right now. Okay, well, if that's a 4, it's easy. The puzzle's already solved. God damn. You know, I think I need to be done. I think maybe we'll adorn this window some other time. Because I am clearly falling apart here. All right, yeah, I'm just gonna call it here. That's this has been a day. Thank you. Yes, that was a 4, not a 3, and I need to I think I need to turn my brain off and on again. I feel like I need to hit the reset button. So I think I'm gonna call it here. And we'll do more of this at some unspecified date in the future.